So let us begin. I am starting recording now. So a very warm good morning to all of you and wishing you a happy Ganesh Chaturthi to all of our participants and today's expert, Mr. Pankaj Tiwari sir. I just wanted to convey his brief profile among participants so that everyone can aware with the magnitude of his profile in the field of fire and safety. So give me a second. I would like to share his brief profile among you, and then we will start his session with us. I hope screen is all visible. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay. So we have Mr. Pankaj Tiwari with us, who is MEP consultant at Pankaj Dharkar Associated, located at Ahmedabad, Gujarat. He had completed his MTech in Mechanical Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur in year 1983, and then worked for 31 years in various leading Indian companies and MNCs such as Voltas, Tata Honeywell, SIS, System Tech, and Johnson Control in very senior position in the field of air conditioning, BMS, fire and security systems. In the year 2014, he joined Pankaj Dharkar and Associates as vice president in their Indore office and heading the ELV department pan India apart from doing MEP and green consultancy of Central India. Sir is also associated with the ISHRE. Many times we can have the news that seminars, webinars were been organized in the area of even fire, safety and security system at the power of Sri Pankaj Tiwari sir. So with this brief profile, we would like to have his words on life safety and firefighting strategies in smart city. Probably it is very important topic, although few minute details we had already covered in previous sessions which were conducted by the other expert, and now we would like to have this presentation on evacuation planning and life safety planning point of view. So not sparing much more, wasting much more time, I would like to take the opportunity to convey the forum to Mr. Pankaj Tiwari sir. Sir.
thank you, Dr. Praveen Patel, sir. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to wish happy Ganesh Chaturthi and Ganesh Utsav to everyone who's participating. With this, I would like to start my presentation. I hope somebody is going to run this presentation.
Yes,
Yashwan?
sir.
Yeah.
Yashwan, you probably have it, or I will share it. Okay,
Anyone, sir?
I will
Anyone,
share
sir?
it. I will share it. No
Yes.
problem. Hope
Okay.
this, hope
Good
the
morning.
screen
Good
is,
morning. Should
yeah.
I start, sir?
Sir, please.
So when I'll say next, sir, you can put the next slide, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir, please.
Okay. So the good morning to everyone participating in this very important subject, that is life safety and fire strategies in smart cities. And I would like to tell you that in last 7 years of my stay in Indore in MP and participating in various important projects. The building which you are looking at in this particular slide is going to be the tallest building in Madhya Pradesh, which is where the height is going to be around 78 meters, and it is a 25-storied building. So, what I'm trying to say is that since till yesterday, we were not facing the challenges of high rise and tall buildings in Madhya Pradesh. But the way things are happening, very soon you're going to have buildings of 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters, where the challenges are different. Till yesterday, even in a city like Indore, which is considered as a commercial capital of Madhya Pradesh, the highest building which we have is not done more than 45 or 50 meters at this point of time. Okay, so with this, I'll go to the please go to the next slide, sir. So, taking into account what are the important measures any building is going to have as far as the fire life safety system design is concerned. uh, Next slide, sir. I would just run through all the aspects of the design for fire and life safety, taking into consideration the National Building Code 2016, which is now come into effect from 2016. The first thing is that the underlying philosophy for designing this high rise building at Bhopal is the protection of building occupants from injury, loss of life, prevent damage to the building and property. The design standards which we have taken into account was National Building Code NBC Part 4 2016. In addition, IS 15105 for design installation of fixed automatic sprinklers, IS 3844 installation and maintenance of internal fire hydrant and hose reels, IS 2189 selection, installation and maintenance of automatic fire detection and alarm system. Next. Then residential group A4. This particular building is coming under classification of building as class 3.1.2D, residential building group A4. Why I'm giving these clauses to you, since it is important for any fire and life safety consultant and desire to understand, is that the clauses or the aspects of designing are different for residential building, different for a hotel, different for a hospital, and it's going to be different for institutional building. Okay, high rise building as per class 2.38, a building 15 meter and above. And as I have told you, is that Bhopal Development Authority high rise building is 77.15 meter in height. Construction of the building, it is having two basement, one ground floor, one mezzanine, and 23 floors. So from ground level, it is having 25 floors, which is a new experience in Madhya Pradesh. Next. See, most important thing, apart from putting the hydrant system and fire alarm and other electronic safety system, these are certain aspects which one must remember. Is as per NBC Part 4 2016 Clause 4, staircases and ramps, Clause 4.4 2.43E, safe and sufficient width of exit staircases to ensure smooth egress of occupants in case of fire and emergency. So these all things starts when the architect is conceptualizing the building. And it is also important for any such important and good buildings, is that before the excavation starts for the building, at least we should have 2 to 3 workshops where all the stakeholders are participating, including the architect, interior designer, the end user, MEP consultant, landscape consultant, fire and life safety consultant, and so on. Okay. Safe travel distance for evacuation in case of fire and emergency, very, very critical thing. Pressurization of exit staircases from basement to ground floor to eliminate ingress of smoke in case of fire. One more point, which is not mentioned here, but I'm going to mention to you, that nowadays most of the buildings are having at least one or two basements. Okay. So, basement ventilation is also very, very critical, especially when if you have two basements. Sometimes it happens that one basement is used for putting your services, including the HVAC plant, firefighting pumps, and underwater tanks. But apart from that, it is invariably it happens that one basement is fully used for parking of the cars. So one thing is fire situation. Second thing is that if you are parking so many cars in a basement, and nowadays in a good type of a building, the basement size is as big as 75,000 square feet or 1 lakh square feet in a big building. So on an average, you have around 4 to 500 cars parked. And apart from fire situation, you also have a lot of carbon monoxide emission coming out of these cars. Okay, so basement ventilation I'm going to take up in one of the slide later on. Then second point is fire rated doors and frames. These, like apart from, as I have told you, that the whole designing concept of the freezing of the things starts from getting the clearance from town and country planning, getting the clearance from pollution control, getting the clearance from fire safety department. And until unless you're going to take care of all these things, the later on, if you say that the construction is over, you're going to provide this thing, it is impossible. So it has to happen from the conceptual stage. Next. Fire and life safety. The next thing is lift shaft enclosure protection. Very, very critical, because now in future, next 5 years, 10 years, you're going to have more and more high-rise buildings in Indore, Bhopal, and all the leading cities. Refuge floor. A refuge floor is a very, very critical requirement, because if you have the high-rise building, it is important for you to take care of the life of the people, and the smooth evacuation process should take place, so that no casualty as far as the human life takes place. So refuge floor is too critical. Firefighting shaft. Now this firefighting shaft is a very interesting aspect and a very critical aspect, especially for high rise building, and where you have the so many blocks, they are sort of constructed adjacent to each other. So in spite of your having staircases, sufficient number of staircases, but since occupants are going to be more, it is important for you to have a thing called fire tower. This fire tower I'm going to take up in one of the slide. Next. Now, just to give you an example of what we have done in this high-rise building of BDA, one of the point is the maximum travel distance between the two staircases. The minimum requirement is 90 meter, and we have made sure that is complied. Next point is that the maximum dead end distance. This is also a very critical thing, is 15 meter. We have complied. The width of the staircases, so many people are ignoring this aspect. The width of the staircase is 1.25 meter. Has to happen, complied. Next. Now, staircase pressurization is such an important thing, which so many people are not realizing it. The pressurization is a method adopted for protecting the exit from the egress of the smoke, especially in high-rise building. In pressurization, air injected into staircases, lobbies, etc., as applicable to raise this pressure slightly above the pressure in the adjacent part of the building. This is an important part. As a result, the ingress of the smoke of toxic gases exit will be prevented. Since this is pressurized, the gases are not going to come in. So you're going to have the safe access of the people. The pressurization of staircases and lift shall be adopted as given table 6. This is one of the table which is given. And as per that, the pressure should be 50 Pascal. Normally, these pressurization fans of staircase and lift are located at the terrace. Not normally, it is only at the terrace. Okay. Next. The fire rated doors and frames, very, very important. And they have also defined the categories such as staircases, protected lobby, 2 hours rating, corridor doors, 2 hours, lift enclosure, landing doors is 1 hour, Car doors is 1 hour. Basement doors is 2 hours. Service, ducts, risers doors 2 hours. Transformer, switchgear rooms doors 4 hours. You remember the fire situation which took place in Upahar Cinema, the famous fire case, where the fire actually started of spilling of the transformer oil at the basement. Okay, so now NBC 2016 is very stringent for transformer and switchgear room doors. Okay, and it's also very critical because like if the fire takes place there, then it is devastated things. Then you have the generator room doors, 2 hours. Doors to air handling unit rooms of the air conditioning is 1 hour. Plumbing shaft maintenance doors is half hour, and electrical shaft doors is 2 hours. Next, these are certain fire doors. Now fortunately lot many good companies have come into the manufacturing of fire doors, including Tatas. So there is no dearth of availability of fire doors, and these fire doors can have good colors, so they can match with the aesthetics also. Because earlier the biggest problem architect used to face is, sir ये aesthetically बहुत खराब लग रहे हैं. तो उनको भी ये समझाना जरूरी है कि सर लाइफ सेफ्टी बहुत जरूरी है. एस्थेटिक्स तो खैर ठीक है, आप कर लो एस्थेटिक्स को भी, बट ह्यूमन लाइफ इज टू प्रेशियस. नेक्स्ट, lift shaft enclosure protection. The wall enclosing the lift shaft shall have a minimum fire resistance of 2 hours. The lift machine room will be separate. This is important, from the shaft and will not contain any other machinery. It has to have machinery only of the lift. Okay. You are not supposed to put electrical panel there, or you are not supposed to put any other thing there. These are very strict laws. Where lift communicate between the above and below ground floor levels, the lift lobby at each basement level will be pressurized and provided. I just want to give you an example. Sometimes architect thing is that the pressurization should take place of staircase and lift only till ground floor. No, you have 2 basements, 3 basements also. The pressurization, other things has to take place. Those shafts need to take care of the basements also. Okay. So 2 hours fire resistance, these doors will be kept in the open position by an electromagnetic device. Next, refuge floors. Again, this is now very critical. Once the architect makes a plan for a high-rise building, as per NBC Part 4 2016, apartment building with balconies, remember that, having height above 60 meters shall be provided with refuge area at 60 meter, and thereafter every 30 meter. Right now probably we are having height up to only 80 meters, but you never know, next 5 years we're going to have the buildings of height 150 meters or 200 meters also. Okay, so these refuge areas are very important. I'm not going through all the points, but these refuge areas are very important for taking the proper evacuation of the people in case of any fire. Next, now this is very important and this is very interesting. This is a fire door, a fire tower. If you see in this particular picture, you have fire exit staircase, you have a fireman lift, then you can see a fireman talkback system, you can see a wet riser into this, and you can also see a landing wall into this. So this particular fire tower, what we call, is going to have 120 minutes fire resistance rating, and this is considered as the safest tower in case of a evacuation of sort of a fire situation. And this particular fire tower is also going to have a two-way communication system at each floor, so that the firefighters can communicate from one floor to the second floor. And since it is having 2 hours fire resistance, sort of a wall, a rating wall, RCC wall, so you can be assured that within very short time you would be in a position to evacuate the people from the staircases and other places, and firemen can use the lift to communicate from one floor to the second floor. So this is a very important part. No doubt there are staircases at the periphery of the building and various part of the building, but if the occupancy density is more, the number of occupants are more in a high rise building, you have no option but to go in for a fire tower. This particular building of BDA is having a fire tower. Next, fire protection system. I'll just run through it because most of you are aware of what next, sir. The fire protection system will basically comprise of portable fire extinguishers, yard hydrant system, wet riser system, hose reel system, automatic sprinkler system of the entire building, and of course fire alarm system. Next, now when you talk about the fire protection system, these are having so many components into it. Number one, it is having external fire hydrant system. Number two, it is having internal fire main. Third is fire water storage tank. Too critical, because the thing is, NBC gives a very clear cut guidelines what is going to be the capacity of the underwater fire tanks, and how they are going to have the two compartments of the fire tank, and how it is also going to be connected with the domestic water and the flushing water system in series. Okay, so normally it happens that if the fire tanks are filled up, the water then spill over to the domestic tank and then spill over to the other tanks. So at no point of time there should be any scarcity of water. I just want to give you a classic case some 25 years back in a high rise building in Delhi, in Kastura Gandhi Road. Fire took place, and to the big surprise of the firefighters, there was no water in the fire tank, either in the underground tank or overhead tank. This is such a precarious situation for the firefighters if it is a high rise building and you have no water in the tank. So apart from the fire alarm system, I would also like to tell you, although when you talk about these systems, the chief fire officer always says one thing is that I am concerned mainly with the fire alarm panel, and all your equipment has to be connected to the fire alarm panel, whether these are detectors or these are devices or these are the fire dampers in the supply air or the return or the exhaust air of the AHUs, or whether it's a smoke extraction fans or is a pressurization fans. Fine, I agree with what fire officer says, but my only point is there are certain systems like what I have talked to you, and I'm going to talk in great detail, is the basement ventilation. Basement ventilation nowadays, as per NBC 2016, is entirely different and uses what we call as the jet fans. And you have the series of jet fans which are connected to your programmable logic controller, and these programmable logic controller takes the input from thing called carbon monoxide sensor, because in case of fire the carbon monoxide level also increases beyond certain level. So it starts the jet fans in series, and it starts the exhaust fan. So all such things, and then this fire alarm system then need to be integrated with the programmable logic controller. So what I'm trying to say is that now, since the advancement is taking place, you cannot see the firefighting or fire alarm system to work in isolation. It's not going to happen. In the subsequent slides, I'm also going to tell how important is the automation part, how important is the management part, and how important is the fire protection system. So these are the important points which I would like to tell you.
Sir, are you your voice is not came. Probably the problem in your connection. S- Sir, are you able to hear us? I think we lost the connection from Pankaj Tiwari, sir. Probably he will join us. I will check it out. Yes, sir. Probably connection
Yeah.
may be the.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We are again here.
So what I'm trying to say, sir, ki nowadays putting the system and showing it to the chief fire officer is not going to serve your purpose. It has to, the health of the system has to be checked periodically, every 6 months or every after 1 year. I just want to give you an example that the first, before any group, very good hotel chains, whether it's a Marriott or a Taj or any good hospital, until unless all these systems are in place and until unless they are happy or satisfied with the mock drills, they would not allow these hotels or hospital to be open. I just want to give you an example. One of the hotel projects in Indore took 7 months for the third party audit to be cleared. And the third party audit was conducted by a company from Korea. And they were very clear that until unless I'm satisfied, I'm not going to allow this hotel to run. If you are losing the revenue, it is your bloody problem. My point is simple. MP, most of the cities, big hotels, big hospitals are coming, and a lot of people, lot of, see, in case of a hotel, even the foreigners come, and unlike India, if anything happens to them, they are going to sue the hotel into multi-million dollars. So people have started understanding is that the human life is not cheap. Human life is very precious, and you if you charge so much of money from the people who are staying in a hotel, you have, it is bloody well your duty to provide the adequate safety system. Similarly for the hospital. Okay, so what I'm trying to say that having this system is fine, but putting this system in good health forever for so many years, whenever the hospital is running for 10 years or 15 years is critical. And apart from that, periodic mock drills are very important, where it is not only firefighting system, fire alarm system, electronic signage system, you name it, security system, evacuation system, everything need to work in conjunction with each other. They cannot work in silos. If they're going to work in silos, firefighters are going to be totally confused. Okay, so this is the important point I wanted to tell you, that the passive fire protection is very important, and all the openings, all the shaft openings need to be closed. Very, very critical. Then you have the smoke ventilation and control system. Smoke extraction fans are too critical, especially in auditorium, in cinema halls. All the good cinema halls and good chains are making sure that the smoke extraction fan, pressurization fans are working, and they perform the periodic mock drills. It is important because in one hall you have more than 500 people, 600 people sitting at a time. And as I would like to tell you is that the casualties do not take place due to actual fire. The casualties take place due to suffocation, due to smoke by air conditioning ducts. So this is an important point everybody should understand, is that you are providing air conditioning duct for your convenience and for comfort. But if air conditioning ducts are not properly isolated in case of fire, they can have a devastated sort of this thing act in case of fire. Okay, so backup power supply, fire safety access and facilities, egress signages, emergency lighting. Emergency lighting is something nobody can take lightly, especially if you are having nowadays hotels coming, 300 rooms hotels coming, 300 bedded, 500 bedded hospitals are coming. These are certain things which actually gives facility to the occupants how where to find out the way where to go to the exit point. I would also like to give you an example, which is, of course, is not in my presentation. There is a thing called directional sounder. These directional sounder normally put into the basement, and how it works, especially in the basement when fire takes place and the smoke is gutted. Normally, the power supply goes off. So, the person who's stranded in the basement will not like, he would find it difficult to find where exactly is the fire exit. So, apart from the lights, you use the sounders, and these sounders give the direction of occupants who are stranded in the basement to give the direction where exactly they should go in the deep, dark situation. So technology is coming. What is really important, these technology are being used in all the metro cities. But as I have told you, life safety is too important, whether it's a two-tier city or a three-tier city or whatever. So, and you're going to have the high-rise building in every nook and corner of the country, because the way population is going and the way people are coming towards the city, the high rise is going to be only option in future. Next is the fire detection and alarm system. Okay, next slide, sir. Firefighting system, I just want to just run through it. That is having the yard hydrant with fire brigade route connection. Then you have the internal fire main, standalone hose reels connections, all such things. Okay. Then you have, sorry, internal fire mains, and you have the fire extinguishers also. Next. Now, a provision for satisfactory supply of water will be made for purpose of firefighting in the form of underground terrace,
Sorry.
terrace level strategic locations. Okay, the arrangements of replacement water for the hydrant services will be stored in the safety. For example, this particular building, as per NBC, we've calculated the capacity of the underground tank as 2 lakh liters, and this was provided in two compartments, each of 1 lakh liters. The terrace tank, what we have proposed in this thing is a 20,000 liters, separate for each tower. So there were multiple towers in the building, and we made sure uh, that each tower is having a overhead tank capacity of 20,000 liters. Next. Of course, then the firefighting pumps, which comprises of the main pump, the DG driven pump, the sprinkler and hydrant pump, jockey pumps. Okay. So in this particular job, the main pump was 2850 LPM for hydrant, main pump for electrical motor for 2850 for sprinkler, standby pump is one number, jockey pump. This is the diesel driven pump. Jockey pump was one number, 180 LPM, and one more jockey pump for sprinkler, 180 LPM, one number. I would like to tell you is that normally these fire hydrant system, and in a good building you also have the building management system, and building management system provides you the facility of high and low level sensors. So in your tank, if you provide the high and low level sensors, it will always tell you what is the low level of a water, what is the high level of a water. Similarly, for a tank at the terrace level, you can have the low and high level. So this way, you will make sure that the water level, the requisite water level, is maintained always. Because if you don't have the water in case of the fire, then it's a tough time. Next, firefighting pump house. This is a this is a typical drawing which I have shown to you. The tank number one and the tank number two. As I have told you, then you also have two subsequent tanks. One is the domestic water tank, and second is the RO tank. Then you have the firefighting pump house. Next slide, sir. Firefighting pump house. Next slide, sir. Firefighting systems. Entire building will be protected with automatic sprinkler system IS 151105. The quick response type sprinklers with temperature rating of 68 degrees centigrade with the provided as per the IS 15105. I would just like to tell you is that they have also mentioned the type of sprinkler you should use for a different kind of areas. Like parking areas, they say should use the pendant sidewall standard response sprinkler. Inside false ceiling, you should use upright standard response sprinkler. Below false ceiling, you should use the pendant standard response sprinkler. And in the kitchen area, you should use the high temperature pendant type of sprinkler. So these are the type of sprinklers suggested by NBC. Next. Emergency lighting. Now, this particular aspect, so many people overcome. They overlook it. And they think is that the normal light is good enough. But I think it is very, very important for any high-rise building or a critical building. Emergency lighting illumination should be sited to cover the following locations. Very important. Near each intersection of the corridors, at each exit door, near each change of direction in the escape route. Because invariably in case of fire, when there is a smoke and the dark, the person gets confused. Okay. Then you have near each staircase so that each flight of the staircase receives the direct light. Very, very important. Near any other change of floor level. Okay. One should know that otherwise, it will be a big accident if they do not understand that now there is a difference of floor. Outside each final exit and close to it. Near each fire alarm call point, the people should be able to see the call point. And if the fire alarm, due to whatever reason, is not working, they should be able to sort of break the glass and give the indication to the central command center. Near firefighting equipment, and to eliminate exit and safety signs as required, enforcing the authority. Now, you would be surprised that apart from whatever is given in the NBC, there are certain specific requirement city-wise of a chief fire officer. I do not want to go into it in detail because the thing is every city is having its own kind of a requirement. Just want to give you an example. I was in Delhi, spent a lot of time in Delhi. In Delhi, chief fire officer says that I'm not going to accept the armored cable for fire alarm system. It has to be MS conduit and the cable should be inside the MS conduit. But that is the perception of a chief fire officer in Delhi. But in rest of the India, we are using the FRLS armored cable for the fire alarm system. And just want to give you an example. These are certain things. Okay. Next slide. Emergency exit signages. Exit signage shall be provided throughout the entire basement area. And as I've told you that apart from the exit signages, I have already explained what is directional sounder. All the good companies, the fire alarm companies, are in a position to provide you the directional sounder. Okay. And especially where the basement area is too large, like in a 300 room hotel or a 300 room hospital, The basement area is as big as 75,000 to 1 lakh square feet. It's a huge area. Okay. Exit sign shall be provided such that the no point in exit access is more than 30 meter from a visible exit directional sign. Okay, this is also a very critical point to remember. An exit sign indicating that direction to an exit shall be provided in all changes in direction. Exit shall be clearly visible, and route to reach the exit shall be clearly marked and signposted to guide the occupants of the floor concerned. So, as I have given you example of a five-star hotel in Indore, where we had the third-party fire life safety audit by a company from South Korea. Believe me, next few years' time, if it is not third party from other than India, there are going to be so many consultants and fire auditors which are going to be available in this country. I just want to give an example. FSAI has come out with a thing called Fire Suraksha Index, FSI. Okay, and during this Mahayatra, this was formally inaugurated by or launched by the Chief Minister of Goa on 26th of last month. Okay, this fire and Suraksha. See, the thing is, you have so many sort of standards and codes like for the sustainability. IGBC, SOCHAM, you have LEED, you have Griha, and you have so on. But no, none of these standards talk about fire and life safety and security. So FSCI has come out with this fire and Suraksha Index, and they are enumerated all these 50, 60 points to give rating of to building as a 3-star or a 4-star or a 5-star building, depending upon the kind of system they have. And it is the need of the hour to have these kind of the audits of any building. Okay. Exit signs should be clearly visible. I have already explained. Sign shall be illuminated and wired to an independent electrical circuit, alternative source of supply. This particular signages need not have a common source of supply. Invariably, the UPS power supply is given to all the fire alarm system, the building management system, security system, and life, the emergency exit signage system. And these are the dedicated system, because come what may, whether it's a main power or a DG driven power, these signage should be eliminated for all the time 24 by 7. Next. Now, most important thing, people talk about fire hydrant system in a building. People talk about fire alarm system in a building. But what about the UPS room, server rooms? You cannot use a normal water to quench fire in case of server rooms and computer rooms and all such rooms where you have very costly peripherals, servers, workstations, and so many things. So what is the alternative? The alternative is gas flooding system, and these gas flooding systems are dedicated for all these UPS room, server room, and all such rooms. Okay. Next. Now, as I've already given you some information earlier about the basement ventilation system, there is a major change in the design of basement ventilation as per 20 NBC 2016. As per NBC 2005, the air changes were different. There were 15 air changes for the normal conditions and 30 air changes for the fire condition. And we used to have huge ducts running into the basement and the huge fans running. But NBC people, this time the committee has sat down, and they say it's not needed to have the whole basement ducted with the huge ducts. And what they say that since we have the technology available, and since we have the jet fans available, we are going to put jet fans in series from one corner to the other corner of the basement. The jet fan is going to suck the smoke or the air from one corner. Then it'll the programmable logic controller is going to switch on these fans in series with a some seconds time gap, so the smoke can be taken out of the basement from one corner to the second corner. Okay, so basement ventilation system is too critical, and I would like to tell you is that although it is being controlled by a programmable logic controller, but one signal goes to the main fire alarm system also to know, yes, there is a exigency of fire situation in basement. Okay, so this is also very critical. Next, fire detection and alarm systems are unlike our old conventional fire alarm system. As you know, that there is a huge or a sea change in the technology of fire alarm system and detection system. Earlier, we used to have the smoke detectors and the heat detectors. Nowadays, the detectors are multi criteria detectors, and it is having a temperature element or thermal element, smoke element, and it is also having the capability of measuring the CO or other gases. Okay, so due to for a different pattern of fire, whether it's a smoky fire or as a smoldery fire. For the information of the people, what is smoky fire? Smoky fire is normally due to those things like paper and all. You have a lot of smoke is generated. But smoldering fire is the fire like in a hotel where you have the carpets or you have the curtains. So apart from the smoke, you have certain particles which are going to make this thing much more complicated, what we call as a smoldering fire. Okay, so for all these kind of fire pattern, your detector should be capable of judging whether it's a smoky fire or a smoldery fire or it's a false alarm, because it is also important for a fire alarm system to find out whether it's a real fire or it's just a fire alarm. So what we provide is that we provide a joining the multi cooperative type of a software program. If suppose due to certain things somebody is smoking profusely and a smoke is coming to one detector, it's not going to fire alarm. It is also take signal from a adjacent fire detector whether there is any smoke in that particular detector also within the region of 7 meters, because normally the detector to detector distance is 7 meters as per NFPA. Okay, so if there is no smoke in the second detector, it'll say no, it's a fire alarm, it's a false alarm. So it is also important for latest analog addressable fire alarm system to know whether it's an actual fire or it's a fire alarm, a false alarm. I would also like to tell you as that since these each detector are intelligent enough, it'll give you a sort of alarm in the main fire alarm panel. Also tell the firefighters where exactly the fire is initiated. For example, if it is a multi-storied building, and eighth floor, one particular room store area, the fire is initiated. This detector is going to indicate eighth floor store area, the fire is initiated. See, most important point in case of fire situation is time. Early the information you get for the state managers and firefighters, the earlier the fire can be quenched. And if the early warning messaging systems are not available, then the fire can take a devastated way. Okay, so most important thing for these fire detection and alarm system is to give you early warning. All right, next. These are certain things which I have told you, as a smoke detector, heat detector, multi-sensor detector, multi-criteria detector with sounder base. And I want to tell you what is multi-criteria detector with a sounder base. Normally in a hotel or in a IPD room of a hospital, you do not want a panic situation to be created. If the fire takes place, suppose the eighth floor of a hotel of room number 801. The sounder base is initiated in the room number 801 only, and it will come to the information of fire alarm panel, and the people are going to take care of that person, going to evacuate, and not going to allow a panicky situation, because as I have told you, the deaths are the casualties are not due to actual fire. The casualties are due to suffocation, due to smoke, and sometimes due to stampede. If you give this alarm to all the floors, people are going to be panicky, and they are going to rush towards the exit point as early as possible, which is not needed. So what NFPA says, or what the standard says, give the alarm. And sounder base is something which is give a localized alarm into a hotel room or into a IPD room of a hospital. Okay, so this is important. Manual call point, of course, where you have the open area and the detectors are not covered, you can have that manual call point. Control module normally are used to switch on and switch off various kind of fans, including the switching on of the AHU fan, pressurization fan switching on, staircase pressurization fan switching on, a smoke extraction fan switching on, and all these takes place automatically. And these control modules are also connected to the fire dampers of the supplier duct, because in case of fire, the supplier duct is supposed to be closed, and the return air of the air AHU need to be directed towards the exhaust duct of the smoke extraction fan. And with the help of these smoke extraction fan, the air is going to be taken out of the building. Monitor module. Monitor modules are very important to know the status of the flow switches of the hydrant system. This is also very critical. Isolator module. Isolator module is a very important thing which I would like to explain to you for those people who do not know what isolator module is. See, any fire alarm panel works on a closed loop. The wire starts from the panel and it comes back to the panel. Every after 20 detectors, we use a fire isolator module. In case the wire is cut at one particular point, only that particular segment is going to be affected, because the CPU scans the detector from both the directions. So fault isolator isolate only that particular segment of the detector, and the loop is continue to function without that. So, and although, as I have told you now, as per the latest requirement of CPWD and all other working agencies, people have started using the fire survival cable. Instead of normal 2 into 1.5 square mm FRLS cable, most of the PWD, CPWD government buildings, they are using the fire survival cable of rating of 120 minutes. इनवेरेबल पीपल आस्क मी अ क्वेश्चन कि सर यदि आपके कंट्रोल रूम का तार जल जाएगा तो फिर कंट्रोल रूम कैसे काम करेगा? वेरी वैलिड क्वेश्चन. So control room and all the loop cable has to have the fire survival cable. And now in India, we have so many manufacturers who are manufacturing fire survival cable with 120 minutes fire rating. So this is an important point. Then you have the isolation module. Speaker comes through. Now, most important thing which I would like to tell you is the digital amplifier. What is this digital amplifier? See, nowadays the fire alarm system is not working in silo. The fire alarm system works in conjunction with evacuation system. And what is this evacuation system? Evacuation system are the systems which gives you recorded messages of evacuation in case of fire. So the manual intervention is nil. Even if the fire takes place in the odd hours in the night, the evacuation messages, the recorded evacuation messages will allow people to come out of their rooms or the floors and go to the refuge area. So this is evacuation system is very critical. I would like to inform you very important thing. all the important five-star hotels and hospitals during the fire mock drill check whether the evacuation system is working properly. Again, I would like to tell you that the evacuation system should work in such a way it should not create a panicky situation in a building. So if it is a localized fire, it is going to give recorded alarm to that particular room and safe passage to the occupant of a hotel or a IPD room of a hospital. If it is a fire in the common areas, it is definitely going to put the lift into the ground floor. It's going to give the recorded messages to the people to come to the refuge area or to the safe area. So evacuation system is too important for mock drills. Okay, next. This is a typical schematic for fire evacuation system. And as I have told you that the loop or the closed loop starts from the panel and goes back to the panel using the fire survival cable and using the isolator modules. Okay. So these systems are now very robust. And all these systems are either UL and FM listed. UL is under laboratory and FM is factory mutual. And these systems are tested in UL and FM laboratories for huge number of hours, because it is these systems are not only for normal operation. These fire alarm system even used by the NASA. Okay, so that is one of the reason why we say is that if systems are UL and FM certified, we consider this as very safe. Similarly, European system EN54 is very robust. Okay, so these certifications or these certificates are too critical for anybody who's selecting these systems and utilizing this system, that all the component parts are UL or EN or FM certified. Next. Now, the sequence of operation. I was just trying to tell you that how the mock drill is conducted. And in case of fire, what the fire auditor or the third party audit sees. As per NBC, the first AHU fans of the affected floor will be switched off. Smoke extraction fan will be switched on. One more point which I am just looking at is the AHU fan is going to be switched off. The fire damper of the supply air duct of that AHU is going to be closed. So no air is going to be supplied through the duct. The return air is going to be so adjusted through damper that it is routed through the exhaust duct and taken out the air through the smoke extraction fans put at the terrace of the building. So this particular sequence is too critical. And all these things are done using the control module and sequence of operation through the software. Next thing is the smoke extraction fan will be switched on. Fine. Staircase and lift pressurization valve fans will be switched on. The system will make sure that the lift will go to the ground floor situation, because in case of fire, the commuters are not allowed to use lifts. Okay, important point. Return air damper will deliver the air to smoke extraction fans. Fire damper supply side will be closed. Lifts will go to the ground floor. Now, auto dialer will inform to the nearest fire station simultaneously. And this is going to happen automatically. The BMS system will generate the automatic SMS and emails to the concerned people, which includes the state manager or the safety officer or the chief engineer and all the concerned people. These messages are going to be automatically generated and will go to their Android phones or their laptops. So what is really important, as I was telling you, that these system cannot work in isolation. This is a sequence which needs to be followed for a very, very safe evacuation and proper firefighting and quenching of the system. Okay, next. Now, you would be surprised that with the event of analytics and the artificial intelligence coming into the system, now the fire alarm system is also connected to the closest camera. For example, if the fire is initiated in one particular floor, the particular camera is going to trigger on and start streaming the pictures where the fire is started. That helps in a great way to the firefighters and to the facility managers and to the owners to evacuate the thing and to take the correct action at a right time. As I have told you, in case of fire, what is really important is time. It's a matter of minutes, it's not a matter of hours. All these things should happen in matter of minutes, and it happens, boss. Next. See, all these closed circuit TV are the IP based CCTV system. And as I would like to tell you, there is what we call as a unified platform where you have the fire alarm system, of course, as per the requirement of chief fire officer, which is connected to the PLC of the basement, which is also connected to the BMS, which gives you the levels of the tanks, which gives you the status of the pressure dampers, which gives you the status of the pressurization systems. CCTV trigger ons the cameras where you having the live streaming. See, all these facilities are designed because we are not talking about one building in isolation. We are talking about the large campuses where, like IPS, you have multiple buildings in a campus. And you know what is really important for the future system is to have a fire command control system or a command control center. That is for a institute, big size institute, or that is also good for a smart city. See, I'm just want to give you an example of Gift City Gandhinagar. It is having a dedicated fire command control system located, and all the buildings are having all these systems. The people who are actually in charge of taking all these corrective actions are sitting at a command control center. So they will say where to send the fire brigades, where to divert the traffic so that the people should not go unnecessarily and populate there. Okay, so all these things can happen very smoothly if all these streaming of information, we use this word, is streaming of information, goes to the command control center. Now there is a thing called internet of thing. What, when you talk about internet of thing, you have big data coming from so many buildings in a smart city or a smart campus. Now IoT helps you filtering this information and give you an information which is usable, and based on this usable information to take a decision at the right time. So what I'm trying to say that we have started with a building, we have gone into the small campus, now we are going to the smart city, and now we are going to the command control center. How important these things are and how they work in conjunction with each other. They do not work in silos. And as far as possible for fire and life safety, things are automatic. Things are having a minimum manual operation or dependency on manpower. Okay. Next slide. Vehicle management is also important because you do not want unnecessary crowded situation in those people. So you're going to restrict the inflow of the people there. The building which is affected in a smart city or in a smart campus. So, what I would like to tell you, sir, that starting from the fire alarm system to public address evacuation system to sounders to signages to firefighting system to BMS system to networking of IoT coming to command control center, these are all seamlessly integrated. Okay, so nothing is working in silos, everything is working in particular sequence. Okay, defined by the facility manager and defined by the people who are actually going to take decision in case of these exigencies. Next.
I think.
So this is my presentation, sir. Now open for questions.
Okay, sir. It's a very nice and systematic presentation based on the integrated approach for the available measures in the format of fire prevention and protection, I can say. And you very well explain about the importance of refuse area in tall structure, because at horizontal span we may say that there may be the assembly point at a distance of 30 meter, but when the vertical expansion of taller structures are going on, then refuse area play a very important role for safe evacuation of the people from that particular emergency. And you are also talking about the firefighting shaft, that is the fire tower. Yes, it is added in the provisions of National Building Code 2016. And the application of that particular fire tower in case of fire within a building play a very important role in fast evacuation of the occupants who are located or who are the part of the victims. You also very well explain about the directional sounder, which may be the part of our evacuation system, which is new for us, because normally we are thinking that luminous safety sign boards are well enough for the evacuation of the occupants. But if a directional sounder can be installed within a particular occupancy, we are able to have fast evacuation within a particular building. One more thing, you have given a very good concept of jet fan in basement for ventilation system, which is very important for the smoke extraction in case of fire within the building. So it is very new thing, and very informative for all of us. One more thing, you are talking about the advancement in fire detector system and alarm system. Even we have one session on automatic fire detection and alarm system by Mr. J.D.S. Lakra, who is director at Delhi Fire and Safety Engineering College, New Delhi. The multi-criteria detector with a sounder base is a very important thing. You give the application, like when we are talking about hotel, and it is going to be a multi-story in the format of 15 or 16 story, and on eighth floor itself, if a particular fire is located, then only people rush to that particular point, and the rest of the building may not be affected, and the panic situation which will lead to major death can be avoided in such type of circumstances. And you very well explain why this system cannot be work in silo. It shall be in conjunction, it shall be at the integrated part, at the integrated forum. It is very systematically presented, nicely delivered, and very informative session we have from Tiwari sir. We are very much thankful to you for giving your valuable share thoughts and views on this particular subject, that is life safety requirement in high rise building. Now I would like to have comments or queries, any question from the participant side. If you have so, then please unmute your mic and ask the query. Mustaqim Khan sir having one query. You may please proceed with your query, sir.
Good morning, sir. My name is Mustaqim Khan, and I have some query from National Building Code. I will present my screen. सर, नेशनल बिल्डिंग कोड के अंदर दो इंस्टॉलेशन बताए हैं, एक डाउन कमर है और एक वेट राइजर है. तो सर, कैन यू सी माय स्क्रीन, सर?
Yes, it is visible, but it is very you need
आप
to,
बोल दीजिए ना सर, आप या पढ़ दीजिए.
you
सर,
may read it.
मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है, सर, अपन जो वेट राइजर इंस्टॉलेशन होता है, तो उसके अंदर लिखा है कि प्रेशराइज सप्लाई होता है वाटर का थ्रू आउट द टाइम. तो ये जो प्रेशराइज सप्लाई हम देते हैं, ये ओवरहेड टैंक से देते हैं या अंडरग्राउंड टैंक से, या फिर दोनों का कॉम्बिनेशन से देते हैं सर?
नहीं सर, it is always through the underground tank. And see, overhead tank is some kind of a standby arrangement for you to have. When we calculate the water required to quench the building, it is always the underground tank, and using the main pump, hydrant pump, or the sprinkler pump, we sort of take care of this thing. Okay.
Okay, okay, sir. Sir, and my second question is regarding to डाउन कमर. सर, डाउन कमर इंस्टॉलेशन के अंदर लिखा है कि इसमें जो है वाटर जो देते हैं हम टेरेस टेरेस पंप देते हैं, पर ये नहीं बताया है कि जो हम वाटर सप्लाई होगा ये 24 आवर्स प्रेशराइज्ड होगा या फिर नॉर्मल वाटर फील्ड होगा डाउन कमर के अंदर.
Sir, it is not pressurized, it is through gravity. I just want to give you a classic example. क्या होता है कि आपका कोई इंस्टीट्यूशनल कैंपस होता है, तो क्या होता है, वाइड स्प्रेड होता है, उसमें ग्राउंड फ्लोर, फर्स्ट फ्लोर, मैक्सिमम अप टू सेकंड फ्लोर तक की बिल्डिंग्स होती हैं. ओके सर. और उसमें क्या होता है कि अलग अलग ब्लॉक्स होते हैं. तो आप यदि ये टैंक जो भी कैपेसिटी है जो सीएफओ बताता है उसको आप टॉप पे रखते हो, ओके, और उस पाइप को यूज करते हो, तो ये जो पानी है ना सर, जो पंप आपका जो है प्रेशराइज रहता है, पर वो पंप आपका लोकलाइज ऊपर टेरेस पे रहता है. एंड उसके लिए क्या होता है कि सर आपको ये पूरा का पूरा लंबा चौड़ा जो आपका फायर रिंग बनाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है सर. हाँ, क्योंकि सर समटाइम्स द कैंपसेस रन इनटू 20 acres, 30 acres, even to 100 acres. Okay, so these systems where height is not more ground and first है, नॉर्मली इतना ही होता है या सेकंड फ्लोर तक होता है, तो ऊपर ये टैंक रखते हैं, पंप यूज करते हैं, प्रेशराइज वाटर आपका आता है. Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, you may unshare your screen. Any other query from the participant side? We are happy to resolve it. Expert is with us. So if you have any query, then please proceed with your query.
आप अपने क्वेश्चन चैट बॉक्स में भी डाल सकते हैं, प्रवीण सर फिर मेरे को शेयर कर लेंगे.
Yes, it is much more convenient method. If someone wants to write a message, he or she may type it into the chat box. We will have those particular question. Okay. So probably I have one query, sir, on the refuse area. As you had told in your presentation,
Yes, sir.
after 60 meter we must give a area which we call refuse area, and after that we have to go for every 30 meter vertical in height. So
That is for residential, sir. That is for
yeah, yes,
residential.
it is residential. Now the criteria, any criteria which is based on the occupant load of a residential building, or it is a thumb rule that after every 30 meter you have to provide the refuse area, or I just wanted to know what is the what shall be the area of refuse, so that people may get assembled over there.
सर वो आप जरा मेरी वो स्लाइड आप दिखाएंगे रिफ्यूज एरिया वाला, उसमें कुछ कैलकुलेशन दिया हुआ है सर.
Yes,
आई
yes.
जस्ट रीड इट आउट.
Okay.
हाँ सर, इसको जरा थोड़ा सा आप प्रेजेंटेशन मोड में कर देंगे सर. हाँ, I just read out to you, and it's very nicely given. As per NBC Part 4 2016, apartment building with balconies having a height of 60 meter shall be provided with this refuge area at 60 meter, and thereafter 30 meter. The refuge area shall be an area equivalent to 0.3 square meter per person. Okay.
Yes, sir.
For accommodating occupants of 2 consecutive floors. This is important. Okay. Where occupant load shall be derived on the basis of 12.5 meter square of gross floor area, and additional 0.9 square meter for accommodating the wheelchair. For the benefit of the people, why wheelchair? Because for the specially abled people, now you have the wheelchairs are coming, special wheelchairs are coming, which can also go down using the normal staircases very easily. Okay, so if you add this area, so that comes to that gives the answer to your question, sir. But
So
it says that for accommodating wheelchair requirement of shall be 15 meters, whichever is higher. Okay,
okay.
this is important.
So
For
very
BDA high-rise building, sir, I just explained this also.
yeah.
The height of the building was 77.15 meter. Therefore, a refuge area as per NBC to be provided under both that we have provided, sir. Okay, I think the hope this answers your question per
Yes,
person.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, it is very, very important and information because people are always thinking that in case of evacuation, they have to reach at assembly point as fast as they can. But people may not have the concept of this refuse area. Of course, refuse area may be referred as assembly point in case of vertical expansion of building, and it is very, very important information that 0.3 meter square per person, although it is the category of residential. Even we hope every category of occupancy have its own refuse areas requirement per person in meter square. So
Yes.
probability is much more important information and very, very safe information when people respond to an particular emergency, right? So anyone who wants to have any query, otherwise we wind up the session. Hope chat box is also empty, so probably queries may not be there. So once again, we would like to thank Mr. Pankaj Tiwari sir for your valuable and nice presentation on life safety requirement of in smart cities. And on behalf of IPS Academy and ATAL Academy also, we thank you for your kind cooperation and guidance for the teaching and learning process. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Praveen. And I'm always available as and when you think we have taken an example of residential. Probably next time we're going to take an example of a hotel or hospital, whichever you think is more relevant to you. Because the thing is, each vertical is having its specific requirement as per
Yes,
NBC.
yes, yes, yes.
Thank you again, sir.
Th- Thank you. So, dear participants, we have a break now. Before going to break, I would like to have few announcement, important announcement for you. The first announcement is that after completion of second session of this 5-day program, we have one short assessment test for you, which having multi choice based question, very simple questions which are based on the previous sessions held within this FDP, and you are requested to respond the Google form which is associated with this MCQ, because it will lead to generate your certificate from Atal Academy. So don't forget to respond on this assessment test. That is one. The second announcement, very, very important announcement, probably if you log in at your portal, Atal portal, you may get some feedback link in your dashboard. So you need to fill that particular feedback also about this FDP. It is very, very important. So these two important announcements are very crucial for this last day of our FDP, and we will come back once again by 11:45 to get a session on noise exposure impact on drivers, which may lead or cause the road accident, road crashes. It is a wonderful case study done by one of the youngest engineer who is working at Surat city, Gujarat. So it is again a very, very fruitful and informative session. So please join us by 11:45 for the next session. Thank you. Okay, some question is like that. How much will be time for the assessment test, ma'am? Sir, Pawan sir, it is probably 30 minutes. You will be given for the responding that particular MCQ test. We just generate a link in the form of like you fill attendance and the feedback for individual session, In the similar fashion, we would like to float this information by 2 o'clock at this forum, and you have to respond it up to 2:30. We will recorded your response and assess your learning abilities during these 5 days. So probably it will comprise us with 30 or 40 MCQs, which are very simple, not much more complex level. So probably you will all happy to have that particular MCQ assessment. If any other question related to this, I am happy to reply on it.
Hello, sir. Sir, I want to add something.
Yes, please.
Sir, as we get the emails from the ATAL Academy, and they are directing us, sir, to request all the participants. This test will be mandatory to all the participants to get the certificate. Without this test, you cannot get the certificate along with the feedback that the ATAL facilitate on your portal dashboard. From your login, you can feel the feedback. These two things will be mandatory from the ATAL Academy. Without failing these two things, you cannot get the certificate.
Yes. So
And sir,
again,
scores are also much more important that we have flowed the message along the browser. The attendance would be 80% and the score should be 60% and more. Thank you, sir.
so again, it is the repetition, but please go through these two important announcement, and then you will leave this forum so that you will get your certificate. Thank you. We will meet again by a short break at 11:45. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank
So I welcome you once again in the second session of day 5 of our workshop. We have Mr. Jigar Patel with us. A very warm good morning to Jigar. Are you able to hear us properly?
Yes, sir. Very good morning, sir.
Okay, very good morning. So the session which will be highlighted by Mr. Jigar Patel is based on the impact of noise on drivers, which leads to and which cause the road crashes at the scene of road accident. Before he start his presentation, I think some voices came from. Okay, so I just wanted to introduce Mr. Jigar Patel with the forum. Give me a second. Hope this screen is visible to every one of us.
Yes, sir.
Some
Visible.
some noise is there, so probably I just wanted to say, please unmute yourself. Okay. So the session will be based on a case study, and it is basically specify the impact of noise exposure to vehicle drivers, which leads to road accident. It will be conducted by Mr. Jigar Patel, who is Health Safety Environment Coordinator at Sri Mahavir Metal Craft Private Limited, Jamnagar, Gujarat. He had completed his Master of Engineering in Industrial Safety from IPS Academy in year 2021 recently. He had also completed his Bachelor of Engineering in Electrical Engineering from Marwadi University in year 2014. He had also completed his postgraduate diploma in Industrial Safety and Environment Management in year 2015 from Hima from North Gujarat University, Patan, Gujarat. He had also completed his postgraduate diploma in Industrial Safety from Technical Education Board, Government of Gujarat in year 2017. He is certified uh, in occupational health and safety from NIBOS UK, and having 7+ year of experience with almost 4 year as independent lead EHS department in multinational organization. So with this brief profile, we would like to invite Mr. Jigar Patel to share his view on the subject which we titled as impact of noise on driver, which cause the road accident at the accident site. So please, Jigar, the mic is and the forum is yours. Now you may proceed with your presentation.
Uh, Thank you, sir, for a warm welcome and the introduction of mine. Thank you, everyone, for being connected here on this virtual platform on the Faculty Development Program, which is conducted under AICT. And yeah, I hope in this COVID scenario, we all are safe, our family are safe, and we are also having this opportunity to meet here to discuss about the safety of the people and the working with our colleagues as our colleagues. So, as Praveen sir introduced me, that I am having the 7+ year of experience in handling the health, safety, environment department in a private organization. So I personally felt that there is a lot more challenges and opportunities exist to study. So one of the topic which I have selected, and it is also covered under my final project from the fourth sem from the IPS Academy MTech program. Yes, sir, you want to say something?
Just wanted to convey that some background noises is there from your end. If it
Okay,
is
okay, sir.
stopped, then your voice will be clear to us.
Is it okay, sir? No.
Yes, it is
Maybe
much
the,
better.
yeah. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Uh, yes, I will start the brief session on this area of working. So first of all, I would like to introduce with our basic need of as a humankind. So the first thing everybody is wanted is that safe life, safety of the individuals and the safety while we are on our occupational tasks. So as we all know that in India we have more than the 140 crore of the people on the streets and very high population density in India. So as we are the developing one of the developing country, so the growth in a transportation sector is a lot more. In recent 5 year, we have seen that in a transportation area, average growth of the number of the vehicle purchased by the private customers and the private parties population, which is growth, which is having its growth at the percentage of the 10% per annum. So our in a brief scenario that the more risk is exist in Indian roads, and with that we are having the challenges like basic education, basic need of the humankind, which is also lacking at somewhere. So today we have selected area where very less people has focused onto the health of the individuals, of the drivers in the transportation industry. As we all know that from the starting of our day in the morning, we are exposed with a continuous noise hazards of our sides, a lot many hazards, and the noise. Obviously, in this busy routine schedule, we are not focusing on the how the teeny hazard, as we say that it is a noise pollution. But after a long, very long exposure, how it would impact to our health and our life and our economy, and the rise in the road accident is a simply another scenario which we need to focus, must need to focus to safeguard. And noise pollution is the thing that we can prevent it from the starting. But when any person know that his hearing capacity is deficient and not adequate as per the standard, so after the age of 30 or 35, we came to know that we our hearing capacity is reduced to the certain level. Then we go to the occupation to the health centers to check our hearing capacity, and at that time the losses to the ears, human ears, is such like that it is irreversible. So we cannot return, we cannot get the ideal hearing capacity of as ideal. hearing capacity of the humans. So I will start my screen and I will introduce the basics of this case study I have conducted. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, sir. So, as the topic is that the assessment and the impact of the noise exposure on the motor vehicle drivers. As you know that the World Health Organization is a organization which is derived data internationally on the health of the worldwide people. So noise from the road traffic alone harmful environmental Europe health organization. And harmful effect of the noise may rise from the stress reaction it causes in human or cardiovascular. So, uh, the number of the people are work, continuous exposure, continuously living his life into the in a working professional. And as we know, drivers are
Jigar,
not having
sorry
the
to interrupt
symmetrical
you.
life living. Yes, sir.
Your voice is interrupting. Probably connection may be the problem or anything else which is needed to check because your voice is not clear to us.
So it is sir. Okay, sir. I will change my little location. So, sir, just a moment, sir. So, sir, currently, are you able to hear me completely, sir?
Yes, sir. Now you are audible and
Yes.
uh, your screen is also visible. No problem.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Uh, yes. So, as we said that there are many people. I think uh, as per WHO data, in a world, 1.1 young people, age from the 12 to 35, are at a risk of the hearing loss. We also I think all of you who are listening this session, we are also the victim of the hearing loss in our surrounding people. So we some person felt the hearing loss capacity after the age of 55 or 60. But what WHO said that the hearing capacity, the risk of the hearing loss due to the exposure in the noise only in the recreational settings are mostly the 12 to 35 year of age. So I was once I have written one case study on the hearing loss in a recreational settings and music clubs. So I have observed that as they analyzed that the hearing capacity sudden after recreational parties like and the DJ parties, then the 30 to 40%, 30 to 40% hearing capacity is reduced sudden after such recreational settings. So after a 2 to 3 hour, it is again back to the normal hearing capacity. But for a period of 2 to 3 hours, our ears lose the hearing capacity after after the exposure with a very high noise. And as we know that in a transportation industries, in a transportation industries, what happened like uh, the driver, the person who is driving the vehicle, is continuously in an exposure for more than 8 hours, for more than 12 hours, in a noise and any noise scenario. And as we all know that currently the Indian road condition has also one of the challenge we face. So the as yes, and noise pollution ultimately direct exposure to the mass people, which is said that the noise pollution in the transportation industry is heavy in terms of its impact and direct exposure to the mass people and will result into the health deviation in a multiple way as depression, nervous system disorder, hearing impairment, etc., resulted into a economic and genetic impact, which is short term and the long term. So the basic, I think, current population in our current time is a fight with depression. So yes, the noise is also one of the parameter which is create a depression in ourselves and nervous system disorder due to the noise pollution. So basically, this is the key. This is the key of. This is a key uh, by which we can know that it is a directly attack toward a human brain and our system. So human body is run on the mostly on the brain. So noise pollution make a very bad health impact in our health impact to our body. Just a minute. Yes, sorry. Yes, noise, and second thing is noise is the one of the leading cause. The 466 million people around the world living with a moderate to severe hearing loss. It is possible that, for the God's sake, I hope we are all healthy. But I personally also felt some hearing capacity down due to the continuous exposure to the heavy sound. Because at our stage, we are continuously being in touch with the TV noise, traffic noise, music. We are using the earphones for continuously. We are watching the movies, so felt that we may also have the hearing capacity. The thing is like that it is not advised we cannot able to do that. We will not use the phone, but the limited period of exposure should be continued to safeguard ourselves. And for that purpose, the International Noise Day is also arranged by the international community, and it is also for the noise induced the hearing loss, which is the permanent in the nature. So how we can prevent it and how we can avoid it, the hearing capacity. So for the India, I think the major problem in a recent in our social gatherings, in our festivals, we are using the firecrackers and loudspeakers uh, and road traffic scenario. So this is all will rise the noise pollution in the Indian society and the roads. So this is exposed to the mass number of people continuously, as we said earlier. So with the effect of the continuously, the government is also enforcing a standard for the minimum sound level. What should be the minimum sound level? What may be the adequate sound level should be followed during this noise generation and the sound generation. And also, the Supreme Court of India recently banned on the playing music after the 10 p.m. 2000. In 2015, also the National Green Tribunal directed the authorities in the Delhi government to strict guideline on the noise pollution. As we all hear from, I think it is already in the news. Many times about the Delhi and the major cities like Indore, like Ahmedabad, like Rajkot, the government authorities are have arranged a thing like that. They are measuring the noise data on the Indian streets and the industrial areas and the very traffic zones. So by that they are so they can conduct a adequate arrangement to minimize the noise level. So as we say, as we seen in the Indian road, in Indore, I think it is a very green city. Indore is a very green city, and it is also the ISO, I think ISO 9000 and 14,000 approved city. So they are also one of the noise level measuring and the preventive action to safeguard the workforce and to avoid the accident and to improve the health of the people is at the priority. So as per the survey, as per the one report I have read in that survey, it is mentioned that the almost minimum 12 hour per day, 12 hour per day driver minimum 12 hour a day that they are using to drive motor vehicles for the transportation of the goods. So as you see, then this is the driving hours. So I have provided a link below in the presentation, which is a private organization. They are providing data analysis of the transportation industry. So as we can say on the screen, we can see on the screen is that I think many of the 8 hour and 12 hour to 16 hour or more. So Delhi, Kolkata, Mumbai, and Chennai. So this is the driving number of the driving hours per person individual use. So the same organization is us guide us to represent the world health problem may faced by the truck driver. You just think, I think you might use the public transport, and we have observed that they are continuously like 10 to 14 hours. They are continuously driving the vehicle from to transport of the people. But at the end of the day, uh, we can felt that many drivers are living around our houses and our nearby colonies. They felt that they are having the many mental stress issues, breathing problem. Maybe you also the thing is that they are they are exposed to some addictive substance like alcohol, like smoking cigarettes. So I think 90% of such people are exposed to the addictive substance. So it will also rise and boost the health deviation, as we can see on the screen, the mental stress, breathing problem, loneliness, eyesight issues, the joint pain, back pain, obesity. Yes, they are continuously sitting on the single posture, so they will get obesity, and due to continuously driving, lack of the sleep, physical stress. So we can hear that this kind of problem the truck driver felt. So we can say that if any person is continuously exposed to the such hazardous atmosphere continuously, so in the end, what we can conclude is that it will rise in the accident ratio on the Indian roads, and we are at a place where the every day in our life we see in road accident and the injuries and the fatalities. So chaos on the Indian roads are generated. But yes, government is also improving road conditions, and so we should appreciate also to our local governments and central government for development of the Indian roads. Currently, I think we are having the second number of the position in the length of the road after US. So after the US, I think I didn't remember the number of the kilometers. I think in an onward slide it will show. So are you on, everyone, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. So I think before starting this thing, I was also like if anyone here want to share something or want to ask something or want to share experience about the noise, those are welcome. In between also you can ask the question. So in our Indian roads, second largest is one of the biggest in the world, transporting the 2.225 billion passengers, over 990 billion tons of the cargo annually as of 2015. And I have also shared that annual growth rate of rapidly growing the annual production of the vehicle is a 10.5%. So in a 2020, even the COVID scenario, the 123,000 trucks are manufactured and sell in India. So noise pollution, as we all know that it is a public health problem. It is not an individual thing which we face, but it is a public health. And believe me that if we are continuously exposed to this heavy noise, which is which is being exposed right now, and the drivers, our children's also will get the hearing impairment and hearing capacity from the from the uh, from the time of the birth. So hearing deficiency will be at a place of the birth if we are not taking the adequate action to protect ourselves from the noise. Okay, so the 10% population, I think this is the biggest sentence I have ever read about the hearing impairment, because currently on Earth it is 800 crore people we live on this beautiful planet, and 10% of the world population is exposed to the noise-induced hearing loss. So approximately 80 to 90 crore people around the world is exposed to this scenario. So what is the sourcing? I think what is the core source of the noise pollution? As we say that The industries, automobiles, aircrafts, motorcycles, amplified musics, car stereo system. So ambient noise level is rapidly accelerating. And all type of environmental pollution noise is most preventable and insidious with a physiological and psychological effect. And I didn't I think I didn't put one photo of the one building in the France. I will share if I got opportunity again. If what happened, they have in France they have taken a very good initiative. And one of the private party was there. There was a builder, so I think they was constructing a building more than the 40 floor, and in this 40 floor two building, they planted more than 11,000 trees in the building. So after planting such many number of the trees in the building, and they felt that the noise level inside of the building is adequately down uh, in compare with the ambient noise. So the planting the trees in nearby homes is also very important, which will reduce our anxiety, our depression, any kind of nervous system disorder. So what may be the health impact? I think the exposure, low exposure and high exposure. There's two kind of thing. In a short-term exposure to the loud noise will cause the temporary change in the hearing capacity, or the person can feel the tinniness ringing in the ears, like the tune in a short-term exposure. And this short-term exposure include a few minutes to the hours after the leaving the noise. And if any person is, I think, said that the repeated exposure to the loud noise will cause the permanent hearing loss condition. And the loud noise can create the physical and the psychological stress, reduce the productivity. I think I think current the world is very fast. So the efficiency of the workforce is indeed needed to boost ourselves and to improve the economical condition of ourselves and our country and our communities. So the reduce the productivity is the term that it will highly impact to the. I think one more thing I would like to share. I just remember right now is that we know that the people of the India, the people here, we are like our people, population is a lack of education in terms of the law, in terms of the welfare facility. But in a US, I was studied the condition of the compensation. I think I have never heard that in India, in my career during my tenure with work with the private industry, I never hear that any person get the compensation after the hearing loss. But yes, in America, they are providing the compensation for the worker after the occupational hearing loss. So it will also I have said this due to the reduce the productivity, and it will push in an economic condition. It contribute to the workplace accident also and the road accident also. So effect of high frequency sound so continuously and also it is a effect to the impairing your ability to the communication. So this is the I think we This is the human ear, inner parts of the human ear, which is a very sensitive parts. It is very sensitive part. So here it is mentioned that the audiometry nerve and the inner ear. So this part are as a sensitive that after a so yeah, I have put next slide that inner part of the human brain. You can see in my screen that the normal hair cells. So this hair cell indicate the inner part of the ear. So the damaged hair cell after the noise exposure. You can compare the both image. You can see that how the physical deviation observed in a hearing cell, ear cell in our ear. So approximately such 16,000 hair cell within our ears, and uh, this is also this ear cell possible brain to understand uh, sound and the voice. And I have mentioned that the 30 to 50% hearing cell can be damaged or destroyed before changes in our hearing can be measured by the hearing test. And time notice hearing loss, many hair cells have been destroyed and cannot repaired. So after a damaging of the hair cell, we cannot reverse it. So it will get a permanent damage of the human hair. So this is the condition due to which our, our health problem initiate, and it is change the livelihood of the persons. It alter our behavior and change into the unsafe acts and unsafe practices unintentionally. So this will create a disturbance to the human, the ideal human nature, and due to this, the road accident is a rise due to the behavioral change and bad habits. So you can see that the noise induced the hearing loss. So the term noise induced hearing loss, which is also subsequently converted into the high blood pressure, heart disease, sleep disturbance, and the health problem can affect all groups and especially children. So you think that we are bringing our children's to the populated areas and the music parties, and of course, upcoming Indian festival is the Ganesh Chaturthi. So at that Ganesh Chaturthi and many religious function. So if this is the place where we got such type of noise, loud noise exposure, including the road accident, road noise levels. So it is the noise-induced hearing loss is one of the most common workplace disorder. So because we can understand that if we are as a we are passing our time. I think more than 12 or 14 hours we are spent in our daily based practices. So truck drivers are continuously exposed. So they will get a workplace disorder, and one of the disorder is noise-induced hearing loss, and this is a self-reported occupational injury. So US alone, 30 million worker. I think I refer the data that the US alone, the 30 million worker are at a risk of noise-induced hearing loss, and 22 million American adults aged between 20 to 69 and already having the noise-induced hearing loss scenario. And plumbers and the carpenters, the 40% carpenters and 48% of the plumber reporting the hearing loss. By age of 25, the average carpenter has same hearing capacity as a 50-year-old person who does not work around the hazardous noise. So at the age of 25, uh, they get same here as a 50-year-old person ideally. So you can think that it is a 200%. It is a 200% fast hearing loss occurred to the carpenters. And yes, so is it preventable or not? Because noise induced hearing loss, yes, it is completely preventable, and we can prevent it. But if you found with a hearing loss, if anyone is found with a hearing loss, it cannot be reversed. Yes, there are many researches are going on in a medical area that we can reverse we can get a reverse hearing capacity as per the ideal, and whatever the effect after noise induced the hearing loss, the basic is that the acoustic trauma. So acoustic trauma is a temporary condition felt after a very high level of exposure continuously. The second thing is a tinnitus, ringing or the buzzing in the ear. So this felt, I think tinnitus is the condition. We feel the buzzing sound like in the TV also the same buzzing. Sometimes the buzzing sound happen in the speakers. So same buzzing sound we can felt in our ears. So this condition is also by if you felt the ringing in the ears or the buzzing in the ears, we probably should need to understand that we are get the hearing noise induce the hearing loss. And last two thing is temporary hearing loss and permanent hearing loss. So uh, the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health has issued the guideline about the amount of time you can be exposed to the different noise level safely. If the noise in our workplace range 85 decibel, you are at a risk for the noise induced hearing loss after the 8 hour of exposure. So if any person is exposed to the 85 decibel is the unit of the sound of the noise level, then in continuously exposure with 8 hour, it will of the 85, then it will induce the hearing loss in the person. And average level of noise is 88 decibel. Then you are at the same risk after a 4 hour of exposure. So you see that if the noise level is uh, rise from the 85 to 88, it is only the 3 decibel. But 84, 88 decibel impact will give the same hearing capacity in a 4 hour. In 85 decibel, it was the 8 hour. And remember the one thing that greater noise level, the less time before hearing damage can happen. So जैसे जैसे हम नॉइज कैपेसिटी बढ़ता है, नॉइज का डेसिबल लेवल बढ़ता है, तो नंबर ऑफ आवर्स ऑफ एक्सपोजर भी कम होता है. Within short time of exposure, we can get a noise reduce the hearing loss. And the agencies are currently both in India and the world who are who has initiated toward the noise pollution in it. Noise pollution and reduce accident on the roads. So in this case study, what we will, the objective of our case study is the assessment of the hearing capacity of the drivers, identify the risk for the drivers, to evaluate a risk of the hearing capacity of the transportation worker, to protect the employee from the hazard. So I have conducted this case study in the industries in Sri Mahavir Metalcraft Private Industries. They are used to transport his goods from Jamnagar, Gujarat location to Rajkot, Gujarat location. So the distance between these two location is approximately the 100 kilometer. So the transportation driver continuously transport the goods from the Jamnagar to Rajkot and the Rajkot to the Jamnagar. So we have analyzed. So we will discuss further next aware about the operational health. So we we initiated a training session for the truck drivers and related departments about the worker awareness due to the noise, to create a healthy and positive environment in the transportation area, transportation industry, to suggest technical and behavioral safety, and to understand the legal implication from the enforcement. So this is the video of the 15-minute. So I will start this video, which is which by which we will know how the Indian people are affected, and how you just think that how this will give the rise to the road accident and the frustration level of the drivers. So driver himself will share the story, and subsequently many things which we can know from this video. So I will start the video. So are you all comfortable, sir?
Yes, we are comfortable.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and hope everyone is on line. Okay, so I will start it. Thank you very much.
दररोज नाही पैसा बदलू त्याला पण नाही पैसा नाही भरला वस्तू बंद करणार છો તમારી પાસે બહુ છે
This audio we don't have any sound. Okay.
Sir,
From audio,
you yes,
from our audio point of view, we don't have video. We can see, but we are not getting the
sound.
audio from the yes
Okay.
sound from the.
Sir, I think that you are hearing the same. So, can you hear the sound?
No,
Sir, just give me 2 minutes, sir. I will set it.
you may play it online if it is available.
Yes, sir. I'm just doing the online thing. Yes, sir. So, can you, sir, tell me? Can you hear me then?
Yes, your voice is clear to us.
Okay. You can hear the video.
No, we are not. We are not getting voice. You just send me the link. I will play it. No problem. In
Okay.
chat box
Okay, sir.
itself,
Okay,
in
sir.
chat box feedbacks, in
Yes,
chat
sir.
box itself, you can.
Yes, sir. I have shared it.
Okay, I will just check it. You unshare your screen first.
Okay. Yes.
ज़्यादा ही होता है कभी-कभी। क्या करें? डर तो नहीं सकते ना पूरे लड़ाई करें। किसी को बोलो तो किसी की समझ में तो आएगा नहीं। तो एक आध है तो समझ में आ भी जाए। सारे तो नहीं समझ पाते ना, समझते तो बजाना ही नहीं पड़ता उन्हें।
Driving on the roads of one of the most polluted and noisiest cities in the world is not just an assault on Narsim Pal's lungs, but also a torment for his ears. He has been driving his auto rickshaw for over 20 years, he tells us, in Delhi, the capital city of India. Braving through the cacophony of traffic and relentless honking sounds has now become routine.
सुबह सर मैं 7 बजे तक निकल जाता हूँ। पूरे दिन निकलते ही पूरे दिन 8-10 घंटे गाड़ी चलाता हूँ। अपने हॉर्न बजते हैं, तमाम चीज़ें करते रहते हैं, लेकिन क्या करें सर, रोजगार जुड़ा हुआ है तो रोजगार के लिए निकलना तो पड़ेगा ही। घर में बैठ के तो काम नहीं बनेगा ना सर, अब हॉर्न तो बजाएंगे ही लोग।
When our reporters asked him if he was aware of just how vulnerable he was to the effects of noise pollution, Pal seemed unaware. Unfortunately, this wasn't surprising.
अब ये तो सर आगे की बात है, वैसे तो डिस्टर्ब तो रहता ही है। हाँ, लेकिन क्या करें सर, रोजगार है तो वो तो करना तो पड़ेगा ही सर।
In India, where noise has permeated into our daily lives in every which way, most of us have no idea how serious the health implications can be, sometimes damaging our hearing permanently. For those like Pal, moreover, whose livelihoods are at stake, to even consider these implications would be a luxury. Delhi had more than 100 lakh vehicles on its road in 2018. The numbers would have only increased with every passing year. This, along with poor driving behavior and excessive use of car horns, has changed the natural ambient sounds of the city into a cacophony that is turning out to be a health scare for its citizens. Veteran environmentalist and founder of iForest, a Delhi-based think tank, Chandra Bhushan has been studying noise pollution levels in Delhi over the years. Using a basic mobile app, he shows us how pervasive the problem is. While the permissible limit for noise in the daytime for a residential area is 45 to 55 decibels, here he records 85 to 90 decibels, that too on a relatively less busy street like this one.
As a vehicle passes, the noise level just shoots up. And this is not a very busy road in Delhi. This would be a normal road in Delhi. At busy intersections, this level will be around 90-95. That's what you're likely to see. So yeah, it's very noisy. And it's still not peak hours. Yeah, it is not peak hours. It is, as I said, it is a normal traffic on a normal road in Delhi that you can see. But uh, during peak traffic hours and in really crowded areas, this level will be 95.
While the noise level appears to be double that of permissible limits, the actual energy of this sound is much higher. According to experts, the sound level unit decibel measures sound algorithmically, which means if the permissible limit is 55 decibel, a sound with 65 decibel frequency is actually equal to 10 times the permissible limit, while 75 decibel is 100 times. In this case, therefore, the permissible limit is 1000 times the limit. So for every 10 decibel unit difference, the assault on the ear is double.
Well, noise pollution is a big problem in India, especially in metropolitan big cities. Every year Central Pollution Control Board publishes data on noise pollution in metro cities. The latest report was in 2017, and it shows that each and every metro city and all the monitoring stations were not meeting the ambient noise standards, whether during the daytime or during the nighttime. In industrial area, in commercial area, in residential area, our noise standards are being exceeded in almost all metro cities. That's what the data of of the government agency, Central Pollution Control Board, shows.
Ironically, as Bhushan tells us, India is among the few countries with extensive laws in place on noise pollution. Categorized as an air pollutant, the 40-year-old law has standards for residential, commercial, and industrial areas, with different limits for nights and day. However, unlike air pollution, which draws a lot more attention, noise is almost always ignored.
The first issue is that the awareness level is really, really poor. Compared to air quality and water pollution, if I compare, then the enforcement action on noise pollution is very limited. The enforcement is given to police. Unlike air and water pollution, where enforcement is in the hands of pollution authorities, noise is generally regulated and enforced in different parts of India by either the district administration or the police force. And the enforcement and pull is really weak. Police doesn't have enough knowledge on this issue. They do not have technical manpower, and they generally try not to take action on noise issue because they believe it is going to create a lot of social tensions.
To really understand how noisy our daily environment is, a visit to one of the larger diversity parks can be a revelation. Here at the noise-free haven of the Yamuna Biodiversity Park, the relief is almost palpable. Dr. Fayyad Khudsar, field biologist and scientist in charge, tells us that the problem associated with noise are not, of course, restricted to humans alone. It is affecting just as gravely the ecology of the city.
Birds largely believe on vocalization and songs. So they are songs and vocalization which actually make them to bring mate, protect them from the predator, and therefore a particular sound of a particular pitch actually makes all this difference. There are many papers, but not from India. Some of the papers suggest that even in India during COVID-19 lockdown, I personally seen that how birds have acquired their former historical ranges. Why? Because there were no vehicle on the road, no aircraft, no rail, no construction work, means no noise, no movement. So if there is no noise, most of the birds started moving here and there, and nesting success has grown many fold.
At the heart of this problem, as most doctors have pointed out, is a serious lack of awareness. Dr. Sarika Verma, an ENT specialist, has been at the forefront of fighting noise pollution through awareness drives and campaigns. The hope is that people start paying more attention to changing their behavioral patterns.
Hearing loss is an irreversible phenomenon. For example, when you go to a discotheque or there's a dhol baj raha hai, so then you have this buzzing in your ear for a couple of hours and then the hearing comes back to normal. That is called the temporary threshold shift. But when you're exposed to loud noises over and over again, the body's cells lose their reserve to come back to normal. And then it becomes permanent, and that is called the permanent threshold shift. When that happens, your hearing becomes irreversibly damaged, and there is no treatment, there is no medicine that can get your hearing back. So the only thing you have to do is wear hearing aids.
In April 2019, Dr. Verma led a study to understand the impact of noise pollution on traffic personnel, one of the most vulnerable profiles to the hazard.
We chose this subset of traffic constables because they are the people who are exposed to ambient sounds on the road for almost 4 to 8 hours a day. So they are, I think, a very vulnerable group as far as noise pollution is concerned. And we tested 588 personnel. Out of this, 45% had normal hearing and 54.5% had hearing loss. Out of that, 7.8% had a significant hearing loss. Significant hearing loss means they need hearing aids.
आपको ये हेडफोन लगा रही हूँ, कान में आवाज आएगी टू टू टू, थोड़ी भी आवाज है हाँ बोलना, आवाज नहीं है तो ना बोलना, ठीक है? पहले ये कान में आएगा, फिर ये कान में बताऊंगा.
Added to the irreversibility of hearing loss is often the stigma attached to it. Most people are reluctant to use hearing aids because they consider it a disability. The stigma does often affect one's quality of life and could lead to mental health issues. However, till now generally viewed as a problem for the elderly, Hearing loss and conditions like tinnitus are affecting the younger generation at an alarming rate.
So the normal hearing is about 20 decibel. When it falls below 30, then you start having a problem in listening and understanding speech.
We are seeing a very disturbing trend that younger people are coming with hearing loss. And that is extremely disturbing because they are at their productive age. They are they cannot hear. A lot of time you find that people in their 30s, in fact, some people in their 20s, they develop significant hearing loss. This is such an important part because it's a part of your professional life. It affects your career, and so it's very important that you diagnose hearing loss early and you rectify it by using a hearing aid.
कान में सुनाई ठीक आता है आपको? थोड़ा आपका ईयर चेक करेंगे, ठीक है?
12-year-old Wakar is visiting Dr. Pankaj Kumar Garg's clinic today for his routine hearing therapy sessions. 4 months ago, he developed a serious bout of ringing in his ear, or what we commonly known as tinnitus, after attending a marriage function that played very loud music.
एक आवाज सुनाएंगे आपको, वो सुनना आ रही है। देखिए, सुनाई दे रहा है?
But it got progressively worse when he had to shift to using earphones for online classes.
इसमें बताइए।
अभी तक मेरे को सुबह में ऐसा लगता है कि मेरा टिनिटस खत्म हो गया है, लेकिन रात को मेरे टिनिटस बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ जाता है, मुझे बहुत तेज़ आवाज़ आने लगती है, इससे मुझे सोने में दिक्कत होती है, मेरी ऑनलाइन क्लास में ज़्यादा कंसंट्रेशन नहीं लग पाता, पढ़ाई में नहीं लग पाता ऐसे में।
Doctors and environment experts unanimously agree on the dangerous repercussions of noise pollution in our lives across demographics. But this is a hazard that is going nowhere unless focused, collaborative, and conscious efforts are made at every step.
There's an acoustic industry which is growing in India right now. In fact, people are moving towards making their houses noise-proof, and therefore they are using insulation material, thick glasses. But apart from the fact that we need to insulate ourselves from the outside noise, the fact is we have to reduce outside noise itself. And the way we can reduce it is by, first of all, making sure that vehicles are meeting the standards. In fact, we will have to make sure that vehicular noise standards are made more stringent. In areas where the noise levels are really high, we will have to start putting noise barriers to shield residential areas and other critical areas. For example, hospitals or schools, they have to be shielded from noise. So I think there is construction-related mitigation measures that we will have to do for noise. And ultimately, all of us will have to come together and reduce noise.
For people like Narsingh Rathore, though, who had migrated to Delhi for better livelihood prospects, leaving the noisy city for his quiet and native village is not really an option. The best he can do, as he tells us, is appeal to the sensibility of its citizens.
और बजाने वाले को बस मना कर सकता हूँ कि भाई इतना क्यों बजाते हो, जरूरत है तो बजाओ, नहीं जरूरत है तो फालतू में नहीं बजाना चाहिए। लोग डिस्टर्ब होते हैं, खुद ही सोचो इस चीज को, आपके पीछे कोई हॉर्न बजाए तो आपको कैसा लगेगा।
Thank you, sir. So I will again resume my PPT back.
Okay, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. I can able to hear you.
So good, nice video on the impact of noise on human beings. So please, you would like to have your remaining presentation on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. So as we seen in the video that where it is a very diverse type of impact to the humans. So as we conducted a case study on the same thing on the noise level in the trucks in between the Jamnagar to Rajkot, approximately the 100 kilometer 100-kilometer road. So noise level is being measured in the cabin of the driver. So in a video, you mostly seen that the ambient noise level has been measured, but the inside of the driver's cabin, we have conducted a case study on what is the noise level inside of the driver's cabin of the trucks and the motor vehicle drivers. So we have also observed that Indian truck is not 100% enclosed cabin. So they are used to open the open the window, so the noise can easily enter into the driver's cabin. And in also this case study, we measure the deviation gap from the standard noise level. We measured an action to minimize the noise level which is harmful to the worker. And we have also awareness session for the drivers and the workmen is engaged in that. So analysis and methodology, primarily the ambient noise level measurement. We have measured different decibel at a different speed of the truck. For this case study is being conducted for the month of time span, and the vehicle is taken into the study is the good and the material movement truck, which was the property of the company. So the four number of truck are permitted to for this case study, and the four drivers. After continuously measuring the decibel level, we have also conducted audiometry test, hearing capacity of the drivers. Due to this 11 month of time span, every 4 month, four driver is being sent for audiometry test or hearing capacity test to measure that how the noise level capacity is reduced while continuously exposure with driving as an occupational task. So after a measurement of the noise level and the audiometry report of the drivers, we have analyzed the gap between the standard noise level and the exposure of the noise level the driver gets. So the mean value has been taken under the study. So this is a action. The basic two actions is their noise survey and the audiometry test report of the workers. Hearing protectors to the worker exposed to the 85 dBA. So it is recommended that if the workman is continuously exposure of the 85 decibel for the 8 hour or more, then he should must wear hearing protectors like earplugs to or noise level isolation like that. And it is also suggested in an organization that a pre-employment periodic audiometric test and records to maintain. This is a sound level meter which is used for under this case study. So it is we buy that the sound level, and we certified with NABL lab at the time of the measurement of the decibel. This is the audiometry measuring device we used for to measure hearing capacity of the worker, of the drivers. So the permissible exposure limit. So as per the OSHA standard is that if so this standard is I think old standard 1970 but updated standard said that 85 decibel for only 8 hours. 8 hours of time span. And can you and you can see that when the sound level in decibel is increased, the permissible exposure limit in hours is also decreased. So if anyone is undergoing the 100 decibel sound for continuously 2 hours, they can get those can get a hearing impairment. So this is the noise level, noise limit for the vehicle applicable at a manufacturing stage. So you can see here the it is in a rule that the noise limit from the January 2003 the government is standardized what should be the noise level of the trucks at the initial stage when the manufacturer. So, and this is about the ambient area, the ambient atmosphere as per the Factory Act and the state rules that it is defined the different noise level limit about the daytime and nighttime, industrial zone, commercial zone, residential zone, and silence zone. So in the industrial zone, during the daytime it is 75 dB is a permissible limit, and during nighttime it is 70 dB permissible limit. So subsequently for the commercial zone and residential zone and the silence zone. You can see that in a silence zone, the recommendation is 20 dB and during night time 40 dB. Just I would, for the information, I would like to share that we are whispering in the ear if we are talk to someone and we are just whispering the words with somebody. It is about the 30 to 40 dB sound. So that is like we are talking how we are talking in the hospitals or the religious institution very slowly. That is 30 to 40 dB sound. So in this case study, we have taken the audiometry. We have taken the noise level sample, the 1000 and the 20 number of reading during this 11th period of time, including the ambient noise of the starting point at the factory and the engine start condition in the ideal condition at the zero speed and the speed at the kilometer of 35 and the speed at the kilometer 55 kilometer per hour. So such on such category reading the noise level reading has been measured, and the second thing is the 24 audiometry report is being tested for the 4 drivers. So each driver is gone through the six audiometry report which is analyzing the hearing deficiency graph after a noise exposure. And for the details, the RC book and the driving license are authorized that they are competent to drive the vehicle or not. So this is the basic graph. I can say that this is the number of the sample connected at a different type of speed, at the ambient noise level, at the zero speed, at the speed of 35, speed of 35, average, mean average, and what is the legal comparison limit in compare with the standard limit. So this is the deviation in the decibel at a different speed. So you can see that it is reached to the 90 dB inside of the driver's cabin at a speed of the 55 kilometer, and at a zero speed it is around the 72 to 75 dB at a zero speed. So I think more than 25 decibel to 30 decibel is raised after the truck reached at a speed of the 55 kilometer per hour. So after the analysis, the percentage deviation from the standard decibel value. So this is a graph which is to show that the data we have collected on the decibel on the decibel value of the sound of the truck. So the truck number 1 is having the 6%, truck number 2 is having the 5%, truck number 3 is having the 5%, and truck number 4 is having the 7% deviation from the legal national standards. And so they are emitting the 6%, 5 to 7% higher than the prescribed government limit. So this is the noise level graph after the rim, which we have measured for the truck number 1. So as I earlier described that the ambient noise level, the noise level at a speed of the 0 after the engine started and after the 35 kilometer per hour and 55 kilometer are mentioned in the driver's cabin. So this is the graph shows that for the truck number 2, which is at a at a speed of the ambient noise, it is about the 60 decibel, and it reached to the 100 decibel. You can see that in the at the first line at the speed of 55 kilometer, dark blue line. So it is reached to almost 100 above decibel exposure. So this is the truck number 3 noise level graph at a different speed, and this is truck number 4. Uh, so after that, we come to the hearing capacity test of the drivers. So you can see that the 1 number, 2 number, 3 number, 4 number. There is a 4 truck and the driver's giving a measurement of the noise. So this is for the hearing capacity, maximum hearing capacity of the driver in decibel on the audiometric report. So the RT driver 1, driver 2, driver 3, and the driver 4. So this is the data which show the hearing capacity reduction after the 1 year of exposure to the continuously. So what we have conducted that in the first month when we did started the analysis, we sent the worker for to test audiometry report. So audiometry report is conducted by the industrial doctor, government approved the industrial doctor. So we have sent those drivers to the competent doctor as per the government regulation to test under the industries as per the Indian Factory Rule 1948. So driver 1, you can see that at test 1 to test 6, what you can see the difference that driver 1, 2, 3, 4. Minimum hearing capacity is the 10 dB and maximum is a 20 dB. So you can compare it with test number 6. It is shown that the driver is after the 11 month of the time span. We felt that the minimum hearing capacity is more than I think 200%. It is reduced after the continuously exposure. And I want to let you that this driver number 1 was having the 2 year of only experience in the driving. So driver 3, 2, 3, 4 was having the age beyond the 35, but driver number 1 was age was the 32. So he recently joined this occupation as a driver. So the hearing capacity is the hearing capacity loss we have measured here. So this is the noise level mean value. So I have earlier mentioned that what is the average number of the sample connected per truck and average ambient noise level. So this is the average value of the whole noise level which is conducted throughout a year of the 11 time span. So the percentage deviation we found there 5% to 7% in the same. So average it is a 6% deviation we are found from the legal value. So
Jigar sir, one request is there.
Yes, sir.
We have to go for assessment test also. So
Yes,
just
sir.
sum up within the time, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, sir. Noted, sir. Okay. So this is the audiometry graph for the hearing capacity. So this is already shown, and first line show the test number 6. It show the test number 1 and test number 6, the difference is shown that the workman got a hearing impairment deficiency after the noise exposure. An audiometry effect of the noise pollution which lead to the tinnitus, hearing loss, ear pain. So, behavioral changes and observe psychological deviation, hearing, the high is tension, just of physical activity. So in the accident, we 2009 allow 1,000 fatalities on the road. So this is raised, I think 6% of the road traffic accident. So this is the thing which will rise to the road accident. This is the statistics of the India about the road accident. So average in a year, in last 5 years, 1,14,072 number of people killed in the road accident, and the number of approximately 4.5 lakh people injured due to the road accident. So yes, we can say that this is the area which we need to develop the awareness, transportation drivers, industries, so they can have a healthy lifestyle by the maintenance of the worker use and of the driving cabin. So visiting of the crowded area should be avoided. So such type of behavioral and the technical analysis, we can reduce noise exposure, and we can improve the life of the truck drivers of our country, and best wishes for them. So this is the reference. Praveen, I finish session, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Jigar, for such a nice and informative session on the impact of noise on the human beings. Rather, we are expecting for the drivers who may lead, but even you are very well explained what are the various effect on human beings when they would expose to the certain limits of exposure noise levels. So it is very wonderful and learning session for all of us. Probably we are running short of time because at 1:15 we have to sum up, and by 2 o'clock we have to reschedule our session for the assessment test and feedback sessions. Although I
Yes.
would like to urge from participants side, if they would like to have any query, they may please ask via unmuting themselves first, and they may proceed for this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so hope we thank you on behalf of IPS Academy and Natal Academy both for your wonderful presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you everyone for connecting here.
Now, as I text to all of you at the WhatsApp group, that you have to be the part of two major activities by 2 o'clock. The first one is the appearing in the assessment test. I am again repeating from this dais. It is a very simple test in which MCQs are 30 MCQs are available. So need not miss for that particular assessment test, because it leads to your certificate problem. Otherwise, there may be some issues from ATAL to not generating your certificate. So please go for this assessment test. And the second one is you need to log in your ATAL portal. At dashboard, you may find the feedback for workshop. You have to fill that particular feedback by 2:30 itself. So After appearing in the test, you are having some question related to assessment test also. So you have to fill up those particular queries in this particular feedback form. So from 2 o'clock to 2:30 you need to appear in this test, and then you fill your feedback form. Please do these two exercise so that you get uninterrupted certification from ATAL portal. Thank you. We will once again come back by 2 o'clock and shall start further proceedings. Thank you. Thank you all. A very warm good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon. Hope the
Good
maximum
afternoon, sir.
participants is now online and active. Probably it is the last session of our FDP and very much important. Uh, Yashwant sir, are you join us?
Yes, sir, I am here.
Okay. So what we did in chat box, we are going to submit a link which is having a Google form comprises with 30 MCQs.
Yes,
It is very primarily level, and Vijay Baridia sir, ATAL portal feedback done. Thank you, sir. But you need to have some queries related to our assessment also in that feedback form. So probably it is good if you fill that feedback form after seeing our assessment test, because whether its level is much more difficult or it is moderate or it is very low, it is also you have to fill in your feedback form. And need one more request that we are going to submit a link and you have to log in at your portal and submit your feedback. It is very, very important. And rest is thank you from my side. Yaswant sir, you please put up a link
yes, sir.
in chat box.
Just a second, sir.
And once you finish, you may put in chat box that you had completed assessment test and submit it, or you respond that Google form. So we have counting that how many number of participants have been appeared for the test.
Sir, here is the link that I have shared in chat box. So all the participants are requested to go through this link to attempt the test. And all the very best to all the participants.
Okay, please go ahead and wish you best of luck for your future endeavors. Once again, very warm good afternoon to all of you. Hope you all are able to hear me properly.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Uh, I am seen in the box that there are a number of person who had completed their test. So I am happy to know any other feedback and suggestive remark from participants side for improving our presentation skills and organizing capabilities for conducting faculty development program in near future. If so, she is most welcome via unmuting himself herself. So we are eager to have this particular forum for last feedback point of view. Any participant who is not able to speak a single sentence from day 1 to day 5, he is or she is most welcome first, and anyone who wants to speak something, he is most welcome. And now it is my closing remark then. I'm thinking that there are people who uh, leaving the meeting fast because it's the end up of our faculty development program. Probably it is end of this beautiful journey starting from 6th of September to 10th of September. Hope this FDP is up to expected level of viewers and added some delta X existing knowledge among individual participant. With this hope and words, I would like to thank all the participants from the core of my heart, and on behalf of IPS Academy also, and on behalf of ATAL AICT Teaching and Learning Academy also, I thank you all. This meeting will be open till 3 o'clock if anyone remains for submitting teaching assessment, and then I will close it. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for beautiful FDP and very knowledgeable session. All the sessions are, sir, very knowledgeable.
Okay, thank you. And anytime, whenever you have an opportunity to visit Indore, you are most welcome to my department. My
Yes, sir.
department
Yes,
name
sir.
is Fire Technology and Safety Engineering. So please do visit whenever you get the chance to come at Indore. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all.
ये वाला बता. You are driving the blue car and encounter a roadblock. What will you do? ये वाला है. तू blue car drive कर रहा है. ये ऑप्शन है. ए या बी में से होगा मेरे साथ. Flash your light and honk and park the block before the oncoming car.
भी करूँ ना.
You will show courtesy.
कोर्टेसी मतलब क्या होता है? दयालु होना.
अच्छा, दया दिखाओगे तुम? तू दया दिखाएगा?
Hello, Akan sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, please mute
Okay.
yourself. Yeah.
Yashwant sir, I think we have to stop now the meeting, and I'm ending the session. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hope we will get the responses at our Google format.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you
Okay.
once again all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir.